like he expired, but they don't be so long.
Our voice, everything is live now.
Okay, so we're on and ready to
Yeah,
go.
we are.
Excellent.
And I'm just gonna, but it's a little bit shitty. This. Okay, I fixed this. So I'm gonna put this on big screen.
Okay, good. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. We're coming to you live from the Woodland Grange in beautiful Leamington Spa, UK. Exhibition match between Gaz Owen and Pete Heskett, two of the UK's finest players and, two of the world's finest players. Both are BMAB Grandmasters. Gaz is a Grandmaster G1, Pete's a Grandmaster G2. Gaz is out to prove that G2s are basically good food for G1s to eat. So we'll see how well he does. My name is Kent Goulding. I'm a Grandmaster B4, meaning I was a Grandmaster before they had any of these designations, or there was an XG, or quite frankly, before most of these players knew how to play backgammon. And what I am is a Grandmaster Whisperer. I've spent a good part of the last 50 years of my backgammon playing, not just trying to make myself a better player, but trying to figure out how top players think. So we'll be underway shortly. In that regard, over 40 years ago, I published the first series of annotated matches between top players. Had the matches recorded and then went through and annotated all the moves and published it, Backgammon with the Champions. And so in that regard, I'm continuing with that theme, showing the backgammon community how tip-top players think and how they play. So I'll be your guide here. I'm looking forward to this. I'm not claiming to be a better player than these guys. There's a fairly good chance they're both better than I am. But I will be able to interpret what they're thinking or what they should be thinking, and then we'll see what they come up with. One of the things that I have gobs of experience in is sitting around getting the pre-game jitters, just breathe, calm down, kind of watch these guys. What are they doing? They're waiting to start. They fiddle with this, fiddle with that, get a little nervous. Basically, it's almost a Zen thing. You want to clear your head, focus over and over again on what is the score and how many points do I have to go and how many points does my opponent have to go. We're playing a 9-point match, but going back 50 years, certain players would really look at the match as how many points there are to go. Paul McGreal was a big advocate of not keeping score. Oh, the score is 3-1. No. The score is 6 away, 8 away. Or back in those days, we were playing 17-point matches, 19-point matches, very long matches. So this away, that away. We'll see the score listed as how many points they've actually scored, but you have to know the matches to 9 points, and then you have to be aware of how does the match score affect how you play backgammon. Back in the dark ages, the beginning ages of trying to make backgammon a game of skill and not a game of luck, we were mostly all money players. We played for money, sometimes lots of money. It was sort of a socially acceptable gentleman's gambling game, and the more you gambled, the better that made the game. And adapting to match play was just sort of silly. No, you just play backgammon. I don't care about this match nonsense. If I'm playing better backgammon, I'm going to win. We started figuring out that match scores actually changed how you play the game. And the more we learned, and certainly once XG came along, the more we realized that the match score was far more important than we used to think. All right, looks like we're ready to go. Gaz Owen, Pete Heskett, let's try to have some fun and learn something. Okay, I got a little herky-jerky feed here. 5-2. In the old days, we almost always played 5 down and 2 down. XG and practice, more modern practices to split. 4-1 the other way. This would be I don't like the lousy streaming bandwidth here. Oh, I will live with it. I may be getting slightly delayed. So you can't really play safe here. So he really has to hit, even though he's only got one checker back and would prefer to race. With a 2-1, he can't race and play safe. He doesn't really want to stack his checkers and move his back checker. So hit and dance. That swung the game considerably. Now, double fives is a whole lot of stuff, but much better to have simply covered his 5-point. And I guess having gone this far, if this gets hit, if a 5 gets hit here, you're probably going to wish you hadn't made your ace point because all of your spares are back. So what he's thinking about is maybe I should play more positionally and keep all my checkers in play. But I think the third home board point is a good thing. Now, if it's a dance and the dice are slow, it's obviously not a dance. Looks like it's 2-3 in and hit. We kind of got to get in and do something productive. Don't stay out here. 5-3. Well, lots of plays here. In with a 3 and in with the 5 is one. With a 3-point board to a 2-point board, you sort of want to hit. I think this is better. In with a 3, bring in another attacker with a 5. Now look, it's 3s all around for Gaz. He needs 3s to button up and back, and 3s to hit, and 3s to make his 5-point. 5-1 leaves the back checker split. This is bad. He'd much rather have been able to link them or to attack efficiently. This was an awkward roll, played as safe as he can play it. But now 2s hit, 11s hit, 6-1 may well end up hitting. If he doesn't hit, he could just bring it home. That's the quiet, passive positional play. Maybe it's now he's going to look at hitting. If you hit, I don't know about lifting it. I think if you're going to hit, you sort of got to go hog wild and leave it there. But he does have a 3-point home board versus opponent's 2-point home board, so that doesn't make hitting crazy. Push comes to shove, I may just bring another builder in. Now next turn, we can attack this lone back checker. This is funny play here is it may be right to pop out to the 18-point. I mean, there's 3 possible plays. Hitting on the ace point, silly. This is the simplest, and popping out to the 18 was the third. And 4-2, okay, good. We almost don't need to count the race. This just is a much more balanced position, and you've got that one back checker to pick on, which will now run away for certain. He doesn't do any good staying back there, I don't believe. And if he doesn't run away, what's plan B? If he stays back, then he's sort of trying to act as a sweeper. He's probably counting the race right now is what he's doing. I mean, if White's ahead in the race, if Gaz is ahead in the race, he's going to run. If he's behind in the race, he might run anyway, but he also might not run. This just if you'll try to get away with this and then play against the holding game anchored on your 5-point. 5-3 is a bunch of nothing. He'll just slot his 5-point, which he wants to make. Pete wants to make sure if he does hit a blot, if he does hit a checker, that he's got a very good home board. And now making any point is good since he's made his ace point already. But generally speaking, you'd want to make them in order. 6-point, then 5-point, then 4-point. So if you hit something, you have the maximum chance to contain it. With your ace and 3-point already made, sort of all home board points are the same. And now here we go. If Gaz was ahead in the race, he'd be looking to double a roundabout now. My guess is the race is fairly close. I'll bet it's very close. So nobody's going to double. Either one of them rolls doubles and pulls way ahead, or we wait for a shot to be left. Gaz now will hold everything unless he rolls doubles and build his 3-point. Very low number. Sort of be nice to get one of those off of there, but I think he wants to build his 3-point, whether he's ahead or behind in the race. I think he just wants to build his 3-point, smooths out for the race, and if he actually happens to pick off a shot, he wants as many home board points as possible. Ooh, 6-5. Well, this is well worth thinking about. I mean, the knee-jerk reaction is just to bring 2 down off the midpoint and sort of wait for doubles. But it may not be silly to run away now. You've got a 5-point home board. Gaz may be, assuming Gaz is trailing in the race, so he's sort of forced to hit loose on your 5-point, giving you like 15 return shots. And if you don't go now, it's going to get harder and harder to go later. You're going to have to start burying checkers. I think it's probably right to go, but let's see. That's what he's thinking about. He's counting the race, looking to see sort of looking into the future. And the future's not all that bright unless you roll doubles. So if you bring 2 down and don't roll doubles, your very next roll, you're burying checkers on your ace and deuce point. I think this is the best try to win. I mean, these guys are both masters, grandmasters, and they know it's generally best to try to win as opposed to try to avoid losing. And I think there's a reasonably good argument to be made that just run away and see what happens. After which the cute thing will be, I think Gaz is supposed to hit with anything. Hitting will, if he can hitting will basically mean if he's not hit back, and there are 15 return hits, 11 fives plus, they skipped ahead. He ran, and then it looks like 5-4 was rolled, and then he rolled double 5. So Pete's about to win this one. And still more herky-jerky dice, but when the smoke clears, Pete will have counted this. It sure looks like a double and a pass. It almost has to be a double and a pass. It's just too far. At a glance, he's just too far ahead. But Gaz should certainly count it out and see what's happening. That hole on his 5-point is annoying for the bear off, but he should be able to fill it in, although not necessarily. And in terms of, well, there's 5 checkers there, 5 checkers there. And no, it's going to turns out it's just too many pips. All right, 1-0 to Pete with a grin. That's 8 away, 9 away. 8 away, get within 8 away, and that's a double, redouble, gammon, end of match, which does happen. Okay, 6-3, out and down is virtually the only play you see these years. In the old days, they'd often run all the way with 6-3. 5-3 back, now 4-2, he'll make the 18-point, which is a incredibly strong defensive anchor. This also links up all of his checkers. So Pete's playing with all 15 checkers linked together and has an anchor an anchor on the other side of the board. So if he gets hit, it's easy to come back in and around. The only prime Gaz can build is closing his board. Double 5s moves a lot of freight, but it doesn't really go anywhere. We're going to get the reverse of last game. Gaz has his 6-3 and 1, and Pete has the rest. Now, any number which builds a 5 or a 4-point here for Pete, it's going to really make it tough on Gaz. Gaz is going to want to anchor or get away with those back checkers. He's overextended in front. He has no spares to play with to speak of. They're all stacked on his 8-point. This is annoyingly big. Simple play is just to make the 2-point. Other alternative would be to hit him loose in the 3, but I think this will do. And now it's sort of funny. Gaz wants to anchor, but doesn't really want to anchor on the 22. He may do it because he has nothing else and because Pete's already got 2 checkers deep. He's reluctant to make the 22 when his opponent has the 6-8-9 formation. Sitting on the 22 point, if your opponent has his 9 point, you really don't want to be there. And that's what he's thinking about. I mean, and he's got several key choices. Stepping up there is the play I'm guess he's going to make. Okay, that was, again, don't make the knee-jerk play of anchoring on the 22 point, which is putting yourself in a straitjacket. This takes some risks, but you've still got a 3-point board versus a 2-point board, and you have to try to win as opposed to trying to not lose. All right, 3. Is he still thinking about this? What's happened? No, it's gone 3-2 the other way. So he played it this way, and now do we attack or don't we attack? If you attack, you have to bring this down. This is, again, trying to win as opposed to trying to avoid losing. And if he doesn't do this play, I guess the only logical alternative is to bring one all the way down. Let's see it. He'll probably show it to us. So keep it going. Right. Those are the two plays. One is just to hold tight, play your opposing bar game, and hope that Gaz can't link up. And Gaz cannot link up. He's certainly gonna cover his 5-point to make his board much more scary. And then what? He doesn't really have a whole lot of other checkers to play with. So my guess is he covers his 5 and then runs all the way out with the other 3. You can't really stop on the 18-point. That doesn't make it. Yeah, so he did exactly that. And now Pete needs a good roll. 6-1's another awkward one. And now Gaz has that 4-point board over there. Very tricky. I mean, the beginner's play is not ridiculous here. The beginner's play being slot the ace point. It wouldn't surprise. Oh boy, at double match point, it's not inconceivable that hitting and slotting the bar is right. But at this score, it just gets gammon soft. I don't think you'll see that. So the question, he can hit and stack a third checker on the 2. And he can, okay, this is reluctant to bury any checkers deep in his board. He'll give up a valuable blocking point in exchange for the purity of his position. I think when push comes to shove, he will reluctantly make this play. It's look, I love the way he's thinking about it. I think this is too dangerous opposite a 4-point board. He can show it to us, but I'll bet he does not do it. This is just too dangerous opposite a 4-point board. And even if you get away with it, you haven't really gotten away with anything. Yeah, if he's really, I really like the way he's thinking. He's very reluctant to put checkers too deep in his board. This game very easily could end up being Pete anchored on the 18-point and Gaz getting his back checkers away and then trying to come home. There's a little bit of work to be done before we're in that position, but that's the direction this game is heading. And unless something exciting happens, the cube won't be turned anytime soon. Before one linked everything up, so now we've got the sort of opposing bars game. Can't leave any direct shots, so that's pretty much the 4-6. Might as well make the your 3-point. You don't want to leave blots everywhere, which would entice Gaz to just run off the 15-point, even if it left a shot or 2. Now 6-3 the other way is annoying. He can bust up his home board and wait and see what happens, which is not silly. I mean, he doesn't really break his home board. He just advances it. That being, you feel free to show us, Gaz, what you're thinking about. But he's looking at either running from the 15-point to the 6 or making his 2-point. I don't think he's going to bring both off there. I think he'll, if he doesn't run, he'll make his 2-point. And that's apparently what he's done. 3-1. This is now Gaz kind of wished he'd gone the other way because there's very few. He kind of needs doubles here. Well, that's doubles. It's almost as good as it looks. Now it's can Gaz scramble these outfield checkers home without leaving too many shots? And I think hold everything, which he's doing. Hold everything and hope something good happens right here and now. Well, here we are again. He could. I mean, he's going to have to leave some shots somewhere. I mean, he could. Here, I don't think he'll break the 10-point. That's just leaving a bigger problem later to clear the 15. So either he's going to play 15 to 10 right now, leaving a 3-shot. There could be some return shots at that blot on the 4-point. A lot of the 3s don't cover that, in which case there'll be 13 return shots, which are virtual winners. And if he doesn't do that, then he's kind of got to break his board. Then it gets really dicey. And how many shots is he leaving if he breaks the 15 point? 11, 12, 14 plus 6-2 is 16. Double two sneaks around there. That's 17. Double four is 18. It's 50-50 proposition. 18 is a lot of shots. But can it be any better next turn? Now, the good news is next turn, Pete will have had to have played. And probably, well, if he rolls a very small number, he'll just hold his board. But probably Pete will have played off of the, if he does this, now Pete doesn't have to worry about leaving too many blots in the outfield. If he can cover his 4 point, he will, and probably from the midpoint. I think this is a excellent opportunity. And keeping one checker on the midpoint is keeping pressure on Gaz's two checkers on the 15 point. So the knee-jerk reaction here is, well, he could keep breaking. We could keep breaking. Everybody keeps breaking their board, but I think Pete's going to defend from the 18 point and have that killer home board by covering the blot on his 4 point. And that, of course, is what he's thinking about. This is just pure run. That's another. If he's well ahead of the race, and I'm not sure he is at all, then this would be the play. Doesn't look like he's well ahead in the race. I think he's just gonna cover the 4 point. I don't know about this. This is safe, but again, it's one of these trying to avoid losing versus trying to win. Also, if he makes this, he's not gonna. He is. I don't like any. I think making the 4. I'm surprised he hasn't let us see making the 4 point. I mean, that to me looks like the standout right play. Maybe he's overlooked it. Or maybe I think he's either overlooked it or just rejected it. So this allows Gaz to disengage from the 15 point, only leave an 8 shot. Much more flexibility. Gaz is now thinking, well, how far ahead am I in the race? And how many more shots am I going to have to leave? I think Gaz is ahead in the race, maybe not by a ton. If he can, he can't do anything. This is an annoying, really annoying roll. That you just probably, it's going to be played in his home board. There's no real reason to save a 5 since the 5 is going to be played 15-10 almost for sure. I guess he's just shuffling around looking for the best way, the smoothest bear off. That's holding everything in position. I think a play sort of like this makes sense. And now Pete, unless he rolls doubles, builds his 4 point, and then Gaz runs off the 15 point. Oh, there you go. It's didn't know what the number was, but he built his 4 point. Gaz runs off the 15 point, and here comes an 8. He's not gonna. Oh, I see. He could do. I don't know about that. I think he's just supposed to leave him the 8. There it goes. Now an 8 shot basically wins with small gammon chances, and a non-8 shot. Well, that's not an 8. Sit and wait. And I don't think Gaz has. I don't think he's thinking about, do I have enough to double here? But I think it's a little bit of extra work. It's not so easy to get that blot on the 15 point home. Numbers like 6-1 and 6-2 are direct shots. I think he's got to get a step closer. Okay, there, we're a step closer. Might be right to save that. Maybe not. Maybe it's all the same. Okay, now we're gonna take 1 goes. And now we count the race carefully. See what's going on. Pips are probably pretty good, although Gaz has a bunch of squash checkers. The picks and passes here are valuable, but all the combinations of 6s, 5s, and 4s leave a shot. 6-5, 6-4, and 5-4. That's 6 numbers that leave a direct shot straight away. Yeah. Like, look, if you knew you were going to roll a 6-5, you probably want to have doubled because it's basically your opponent's going to have 11, 12, 14 numbers to hit. Otherwise, he's dead. And this must be a take. There's all kinds of racing and hitting chances. 4-3 there. He needs those pips. Now Pete needs to just get in and get another shot. Oh, frozen in place, but makes the race much more interesting. The play is virtually forced once he gets around to it. And now Gaz wants a pick and pass. He wants a 5, almost anything. Even 6-5 will hit him. 6-4 forced in. Now there's 11 numbers to hit, which are all little teeny numbers. And big numbers give him some racing chances. Certainly big doubles do. Ace-6, excellent. That's a hit. Now, if Pete doesn't get in, if Gaz doesn't get in, he's dead. There you go. And I just don't think there's, if he knew his next roll was 6-5, would he even have a take there? He may have, a single combination shot. If, I think he's just the winning chances have gone down. What are we now? 3-0. That's a significant score. 3-0. Pete's happy, and I like to think 6 to go. 6 to go is double and then play aggressively for a backgammon match over. A lot of people don't even. It's a long shot, and it would have to be certain game types you get into where you can actually play for a backgammon. But realistically, it doesn't happen. Now, Gaz wants action. He wants a volatile position where gammons abound, and so he can win points in bunches. Pete wants to keep the volatility low and just trade points, and he's 3 points ahead. So if they keep trading points, Pete eventually wins. Here, yeah, I don't know. This is playing. This is doing exactly what I said. Oh, wow. No, I think this is doubleable. And it almost doesn't even matter about the match score. This is a very strong double. The question is it a take? And, Gaz, of course, realizes it. Pete takes it. I think if there's any question here, it's whether it's a take as opposed to whether it's a double. But I think double take is probably correct. Well, we can build a new point, which that's a third point in our board. That must be right. Now we really need Pete really wants a 5 now. That is not a 5. He's in with a 2 and can't do anything with a 4. Well, you hate to do it, but I think just play with that extra blot and now hit anything. Yeah, it hits the wrong one, but it hits. And is it right to come down or out to the 8-15 point? I think this is better, and it gives better coverage of his own outfield, like a 2-6 or something. Okay, 5-6 button up tight, can't move from the 23. You don't want to bury behind him, so this is right. And now the game goes on for a while because Gaz wants to keep hitting. And there's maybe that. He's looking at it as the nifty shifty. Nifty shifty when your opponent has an advanced anchor is not generally the right idea. If Gaz already had his back checkers home, then the nifty shifty could force his opponent forward, giving Gaz a chance to dump checkers behind him. What I call squeezing the toothpaste tube. But Gaz has far too much work to do to bring these back checkers home. I think positional play is called for. Maybe even play to the midpoint and then play up. All right, he's going for the nifty shifty. He's going to squeeze the toothpaste tube. At least he's thinking about it. This also does give him a shot at that second blot. If this goes right, it goes very right. If it goes wrong, it's a much harder position to play. Okay, now see what's happening. Well, he may well keep attacking, although there's no extra blot to go for now. So the attack. Ooh, well, if the attack's going to work, this is it. 1-2, this plays itself. 1-2, 1 down and 1 around. Plays itself. Need to get in. Did not get in. Now we get that back checker out. Gets it as close to out as he can get it. And yeah, I don't know here. It looks kind of pretty to make this play. Probably it's right. Makes 4-6 a very awkward number. But I guess Pete danced, which is nice. Now we're out. Yeah, you don't know, I'm not sure that going to the 11 point really does anything. So I think I'd keep it going. He likes there's a little 4 duplication here, leaving it on the 16 point. So that's something. He can just stop, you got some time, stop and count the shots. If this is fewer shots, maybe it's the right play. You want to get in and hit. Well, there's a 4. Yeah, does he pick it up or does he try to just start building his board? That, he's going to get gammon more often if he leaves it there. Given the match score, maybe playing against the gammon and just trying to win this way is a good idea. There are a lot of numbers that point on you like that one would have. And leaving a gammon a serious threat. Look, he's only got 3, then he's got to dump one. 1, 2, 3, and then he's got to dump one. It's not as bad as it looks. Although it does look ugly. Yeah, you can shuffle around and try all you want, but that's what you're going to end up doing. I don't see a second choice. Count them all around. I want to play 5. I only want to play 3. Can I give one back? No, you can shuffle them all you want, Gaz. You're going to end up with this ugly play. And now Pete builds points as fast as he can. Slots points in order, builds points. There you go. Awkward 5s. I mean, double 5s. Oh, wait, we roll 3-2. Double 5s leaves a shot. Here he is stuck with no 3s again. He may have to. Yeah. Well, if you're doing that, then you got to remake the 6 point. Look at this ugly mess. Now we got, it's awkward. Meanwhile, do we want to take it out? I guess you want to do that. It sort of feels right to keep that 3rd checker back there on the other. You can just slot the 4 point. That's my play. And now awkward numbers abound. Okay, that's yeah. The pre-clear of the interior point is always to be looked at. Stay tuned for more hidden whoppers on Saturday morning, and you'll see a case of that. 5-4, go ahead and build our blockade, ready for a shot. Now, very awkward odd numbers here. Awkward odd numbers. There's another checker. Is he gonna keep that spare there? He probably is. Now we can't play 5-1. 5-1 is dead. Here we go. 6-5, just safe. Now we got the interesting choice. If you roll a 2 or a 3 or even a 4, do you stick another blot out there? Like this. You can come out with he's just going to go, yeah, he's thinking about it. He could stop partway out and make his point and hope to get a double shot, but that also leaves a blot. And there's our shot. If we'd stopped out with a 2, we'd have a double shot. Now it just needs a 4 to probably win. 6-3 does nothing. The shot repeats. Stay put with the anchor. Either slot the 2 or more likely just bring this guy around. Keep your full prime. Double 2s doesn't get past. Double 4s doesn't get past. 6-5, 6-4, 5-4. 3-1 is safe and gets a checker off. Now we just have 6-5 next turn. Here's a whole bunch of pips. So any gammon chance has gone out the window. Winning chances remain near nil. So he plays against 6-5 and doesn't allow his opponent, aces to hit him. So now 6-5 leaves a shot. It's the only number that leaves a shot. What is it? Well, whatever it was, I missed it. The slightly awkward internet connection. Out with the 8. No ace. 6 ace. We got 11 numbers. 11 numbers to win the game with only 3 or 4 checkers off. That's not going to be enough. I don't know, a fourth checker off at this match score. Could that get you where it could? It could. Well, if you're and hitting also repeats, I'm inclined to think fourth checkers off is right. I don't know if that gets him within range of playing it, behind 5-0 or playing this game for the match with four checkers off. If he's going to pass, if he's hit, well, even then it's not clear, because if he hits here, that wins the race, but there's all kinds of repeat shots leading a shot next turn. This is a tough play. Tough play. All right, he's hit 5-5, locks it up. 5-5. Whoa. So now I think I'm not sure what head 5-0 is, but my guess is it's smaller than trying to win this with three checkers off. So I don't think there's much to it. Be more fun if he took a fourth checker off, but I guess he'd already decided that he wasn't going to have a take. And Pete's giggling and laughing. Gaz is yelling, "Deal, damn it, deal," and Pete's just laughing and telling jokes. All right, 5-0. Now, definitely, now it's sort of funny. Pete's within strike. He's 4 away. So, a doubled gammon gets him 4 points and wins the match, which means in some cases, if it's a two-edged gammon, or if the gammons really only go one way, Pete can actually take some cubes. But after this double sixes, Pete can't take some cubes. So I think almost no matter what he rolls, he gets doubled and passes. Be careful if he plays this in some really creative way. Gaz might think he's too good, but he must get that 1 point on the board. I think however he plays it, it's going to go double pass. Yeah, Pete, this may be the best play to win, but this is also the best play to get gammoned. And I think it's at this match score, it's if at these big distorted match scores, if you can convince yourself it was actually a proper money double for your opponent to make, then you've almost certainly got to pass. And he didn't really think about it. All right, 4 away, 8 away. That's nice. Get the cube above 2, and either side could win. Oh, double threes has got to be a good shot. I mean, he can do anything. Back in the old days, we usually wouldn't do this. We'd hit and make the 5 point and think this was really great, that it was a waste to make your bar point. But the bar point and the better distribution and no return shots apparently makes this the better play. Does not want to stick with what he's got. Is Gaz. He's got sort of a racing type position, and he's blocked Pete a bit. I'm not sure this, if you're thinking about making a tempo hit on the ace point, one of the things to look at is how do your opponent's sixes play. If you make that play, does your opponent have bad sixes? In particular, 2-6, where you're forced to come in with a 2 and then play the 6 elsewhere. But here, Gaz has perfectly good sixes to play from his midpoint. So I'm not sure the threat was big enough to justify a tempo play, and I guess he didn't make it. So the dice are bouncing around back and forth without being able to see what's actually happening. Now he's run out of checkers to play with. He kind of can't do everything. Now he may well hit just because he doesn't have anything better to do, and Gaz is threatening to build points. So put him on the air, that stops him from building points and may cause, this would have built a nice point. Instead, he just has to scramble around with it. He could come in with a 3 and play the 2 down. That sort of somehow feels more coordinated. He could come in with a 2 and hit, but I don't think he wants to do that. I mean, let's show us. Are we gotten tangled up with the bandwidth here? I don't know if it's I think the position may jump ahead. I think the bandwidth is frozen. Clock's not ticking. The players aren't moving. So probably the match is advanced anchor or jump out and hit. If he can't do any of those, he'll build a point. And then Gaz will, yes, our internet connection is unstable. We knew that. I don't know. We'll wait and see. If I wasn't so lazy, I'd actually count the race here. But by the time the position comes back, it'll be back. Hopefully, whatever I'm saying is either being recorded or I don't know if our sound survives while the picture is herky jerky, whether the whole thing is done. Waiting patiently. Waiting patiently some more. The Megajackpot begins this evening. I think they were trying to get 16 players. We had a fun Megajackpot last year. I got to play Gazzo in the opening round, and then Oliver Squire, and they just kept throwing better and better players at me, and I kept getting luckier and luckier. And I don't know whether if I knew the sound was getting through, I would find something to talk about. But I don't know the sound is getting through. Where's the IT team coming to tell me what's happening? Or if we're lucky, the players have stopped playing. So we'll resume where it left off. I may go see if I can figure out what's happening. I'll be right back. If I'm still live on the mic, I'll be back in a minute. I'll try to figure out if I can learn what's going on and report such.
Ale już jak przyszłaś, to już mówiła już bo nie. Nie, nie,
No, I left it ajar. Well, we're back live. Apparently, we missed a fair amount of action the preceding game, but it's gone now. And, well, here we are. Quick double and take after double sixes. Looks like some down and split and then double sixes and then another play. And now here we are. Yeah, this is kind of interesting. The double tempo hit to prevent your opponent from making his 5 point and hope something better happens next turn. That's an interesting play. 5-3. Well, this is now we kind of can't play safe. So yeah, might as well. I mean, if you don't do that, what do you do? Slot your 5 point? You can cover the ace and hit on the 3 and try to win that way. You can disengage from the 18 point and just try to run forward. There's a play to think about. Is he gonna consider giving up the 18 point? Build a point. That's perfectly logical. All right, let's just point on him and maybe he'll stay out. Check it might be mate. It is not mate. And now everybody's got advanced anchors, boring game. Pete is very happy with a game like this. Gaz is unhappy. All of his potential went up in smoke. I actually think this is the right play, particularly at this match score. You got to make the best play to win, and it might even be better off being hit than not being hit. So I like the wanna wrestle multi. And what's this do? This just means you're going to try to roll one of 9 numbers or something to make your 5 point next turn. So just make it now. You're not going to get hit. I mean, Pete's going to be very, very reluctant to hit one of those blots. You want to wrestle, Pete does not. You want to fight, Pete wants flight. And there's a flight number, but he can't use it to go anywhere good, so this just gets dumped. Easy play. Now cover one of those. And there is no 2, but you can leave him the 7. That's okay. Again, if he rolls the 7, he may well not hit it. Let's see if he rolls the 7. All 7s are alive. 6-5 again. And now wait, and then next turn something's going to happen. Okay, you could, yeah. I don't think if you make the ace, then you don't have a good one. So I think you just have to do this. This looks pretty. Doesn't leave any shots. Now, awkward rolls abound. And that's an awkward roll. See, I think Gaz's home position may just be a bit too strong to do any loosey-goosey plays, so you're forced to make this ugly mess. I mean, if there was a plausible play, I mean, the plausible play, I guess, is I don't think he can run off the 20-21. Plausible play is to leave him the double shot on the midpoint. That just seems a bit. You can't really put 2 checkers on the 4 checkers on the 2 point and leave that ace shot there. I think when push comes to shove, you sort of make this funny looking play. And now we can play it. Dice on checkers do not count over here. At least not in this tournament. We can play this. This is an annoying number. He really kind of wants to stay back on the 18. He can just pick up his dice and pretend he played them. Move 2 forward, 2 backward, pick up your dice and see if Pete notices. And this is just, nothing works. Maybe shift to the, well, I don't know. Maybe you just take 2 off the 18 point and move them forward. Well, I think this is the way to go. There is some ways to just disengage and play the race from here. 5-2, that's a convenient non-6, builds a very nice looking board. Now it's a little awkward. 4-1, this is good. We can afford to wait and, see if Pete can find a 6-1 or a 6-4, some awkward number like that. Oh, double ones is brilliant. builds his board as big as he can get it without leaving any chinks in his armor. And 6-5 can be played safe. Oh, all kinds of options. I don't think he wants to bring both off the 16 point, leaving 6s and 7s and 2 blots. That doesn't look right. 2 off the midpoint. I mean, given Pete's position is also frozen, he's got no checkers to play with. I'm leaning toward both off the mid. I mean, if you get hit, you get a shot back. I mean, you're pretty much dead if you lose the game, whether you're gammoned or not gammoned. I mean, you get the most control by slotting your 2 point. That may be the play. I don't know about this. This allows Pete to run off the mid. I think he wants to keep pressure on. This also puts pressure on Pete's checkers on the 21 point. If he doesn't hit that blot, he's not going to be able to run out from the back, so he'd have to play from the front. It's I think this gives maximum coverage of the board. I don't think. This is just going for the race, and next turn you come home, but it also takes a lot of pressure off of your opponent. Well, that's what he's weighing. I mean, one keeps the pressure on his opponent, and the other tries to disengage in more of a race and see how that goes. So, oh yeah, we'll take a picture of it for future use. Well, there he is. That's so some 12s and all 4s. That's one. Can't quite clean it up. I think 2 out and 1 down. Just play with 1 blot in case the roof caves in. You've got this game won if you're not hit. There's no sense in getting yourself gammoned if you are hit. We really need a 3. Had cocked dice, no good. Try again. Need a 3 to make it interesting. Even 3-1. Okay, now Pete needs a 6. That's not a 6. He could pick up the blot. That's what he's thinking. I mean, if he doesn't pick up the blot, he's going to have to leave multiple blots, and that could conceivably get him gammoned. You know, what he'd like to do is pick up the blot and move his back checker, but the back checkers are frozen. He can't play them 5. If he's moving the back checkers, he's got to use his entire number. If the match score was upside down, the best play to win is almost certainly just breaking the 9 point. And this is the play if you think the match score has the match score clearly has a big influence on what you do. The question is it big enough to just play for the win and maybe a fluke gammon? And getting from 8-1 Crawford to winning the match is not much. You're talking single digit percents here. And this risks it all blowing up. Interesting. Well, that's what's those are the pluses and minuses of it all. I'm inclined to take the slow road, and I hate to say that. In other words, pick up the blot, because it's so often right to just play for the win. But I think here the gammon danger is just a little too high at this match score. I mean, if you get gammoned here, all of a sudden it's anybody's game. I mean, you're basically ahead 1-0, 3 away, 4 away. That's not such a big deal. Now he's looking at, well, what are my chances of winning if I do this? If he actually is coming in with a 3, well, you're gonna have shots back at him. This is a very tough play. I mean, it's clear that a play like this is the best way to win. There's 100% double match point. I'll bet this is right by a mile, but it's not double match point. Gammons count. Winning a gammon counts for very little. Losing a gammon counts a ton, and that's what's driving this whole thing. That's That's what it's all about. You know, we money players from the old days, well, in a match score situation like this, we were smart enough to know that getting gammon was a big danger. So we may have played two chicken in some cases, but I think this is one case where it's actually right to play chicken. Now this does leave continued awkward fives. I mean, double fives blows up the position. That's something. But boy, getting hit with a three and having three blots out there, you better get in and clean it up real fast. I think he's talked himself into playing for the win. Gaz isn't happy whatever he does. I mean, in a weird way, Gaz almost wants him to make the safe play because that prolongs the misery. There you go. It's only 11 numbers. Maybe he won't roll one. And he didn't. Now Pete's very happy he made this play. And he still can't cover it. Oh my goodness. Well, you got to be a little bit careful. Well, again, can he think about picking it up? He could play a 4 to the midpoint and pick it up, leaving only 3-1. If he does, he could also move there. See, why is that better than? Well, I guess it's. Well, there again is the best play to win. And the gammons have gone. There's only 2 blots now, so the gammon danger is smaller. The other side of the coin, he's closer to home if it gets into a straight scramble. There's that annoying blocked fives. This makes 3-6 for Gaz a awkward number. Even one such number is nice to have lurking out there. 3-1. Certainly slot now. Well, he's got to try to build his board. He's going to need the point eventually anyway. So get it going. He'll do that. Now the question is, do we hit loose? The answer is probably yes. Unless we roll a very convenient safe number. And he's thinking about should there be some cube to 4 and 8, and I think there is almost no. Oh, points right on him. Now there's a non-trivial chance he will not just get to Crawford, but win the match right here and now. Oh, Gaz is disgusted. This has not gone well. And there's non-trivial gammon chances here. I mean, you don't want to go to take any great with this plays itself. You play the 6 from the back and the 3 from the front. It's, you know, show us, but that's what he's going to end up doing. I think playing to the 7 point and the 3 point just looks silly, so he kind of has to do this. Now 6s, 5s, and 6-5. Leave a shot. There they are. 1. Well, that's not what you do. You play 1 or take 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the play he would end up making no matter how he looked at it. Now a 5 makes it very exciting. In fact, Gaz would be a 5-1, his absolute best roll. Pete has no checkers off, just in 2-6 from the bar. 11 5s and all 12s hit. All the 5s and all no, 3-1 does nothing. Stay as far back as you can. So both of those or one of those all the way. So you play with those 2 checkers one way or the other. I don't see a real reason. Now nice to freeze him with a 3-2. Oh my goodness. All right, he got frozen and is forced to crunch a little bit. There could be future crunching later. Now, if this goes well for Gaz, if Gaz hits this blot or catches it next turn, if he misses it this turn, then Pete's got these awkward, 2, 3 enter numbers, which leave a second blot. 2 or no, it's worst. He doesn't really want to leave a shot. He certainly can't run out. Running out is silly. So the 6 is virtually forced here, and then, shuffle something over there. Now, smaller than 9 with no 2. Well, 9 exactly gives him a shot also. Just no 2. A 2 is bad news. All right, there we go. Now, speaking of 2s, this is it. I suppose a couple of sets of boxes, but basically he just needs a 2 right here. That's all there is to it. It's not a 2. It's not boxes. There's no good reason to stay there. So we go for the, 1 or 2% chance of rolling a couple of double 6s in a row. No, he's thinking, is there, no, there can't be enough. All right, so here we are. Crawford, 8 to go, which means undoubled gammon is live for Gaz. So it saves him a game in the long march toward the comeback. So he wants to stay on even to go. He's at 8 to go now. He wants to get to 6 to go. So it's either 3 games, because they're all going to be doubled games after we're past the Crawford. This is the Crawford game. Gaz is not allowed to double, so they have to play this game to conclusion. But a gammon for Gaz is good. It saves him a game. So gammons are live for Gaz. Pete just wants to win and not get gammoned. Yes, I think I'd actually slot the bar point. You keep all my checkers in play. You're already way behind in the race, so try to develop something. Yeah, and he hits. He doesn't really like it. Gaz will hit back. He's not, well, yeah, he will hit back. He's not really playing a back game per se. He's playing a front game of sorts. 1, wow, 2, 3. I mean, could be actually right to hit them both. Oh, boring. Boring. The double tiger play was plausible. Would have worked. Of course, this is a bit. Now we can attack. The match score or no match score. Aces, 8s and 9s for 2 points on the 2 point. That's nice. Gaz wants to get in. No odd numbers. Well, okay. I think you take that, even though it leaves 3 on the 24 point. You've built your 5 point. Now we want to just, oops. I think you have to hit. Now we really need an odd plus an even. There's an odd plus an even. And I think you take the hit. You just try to win forward. None of this sitting back nonsense. And Pete needs to get in and does and hits. And Gaz once again needs an odd plus an even. It's not as critical now that he sent 2 of his opponent's checkers back. Even plus an even. Certainly in with a 3. Don't come in with 4 checkers on a 24 point. That's silly. And I've got a good saying about if you find yourself with 3 checkers and a 24 point in the opening, if you find yourself with 3 checkers and a 24 point in the opening, don't. Find some other play. Now we'd like, we really like this. Oh, 5-1 does nothing. Okay, so maybe get out to there and then stop. I mean, double 4s is a disaster number, so don't walk into it. I think he's supposed to stay back and leave him 5s instead of 4s. But it was a 5 instead of a 4, so he was right to do what he did. I don't know about leaving any extra shots. Could run. Opponent has, you got a 4-point board. Your opponent has 3 men back on the 24 point. He's really not in any position to attack you. Not silly to pop out of there. Yeah, he's rubbing his face. He's moaning. He's putting his chin in his hand. What do I do? What do I do? Do I show my skills and run? Which I think is the right play. One of those butterfly anchors. He's got this medium anchor in the back, but it looks like he's going to have to give it up. And why not do it now? Keep control of the game. If you wait, Gaz rolls a 2 or comes out, and now you're really playing to try to keep those men in the back done. Okay, I don't think he worries about getting hit. I think he's just got to do that. And I think Gaz will hit if he can. both out. That's a great hit. I mean, Pete will hit if he can. Now we need to get in with a 3. There we go. And I think stay there and hold your midpoint. So you probably slot the 3-point. I mean, I think this game, you don't really want to play a back game per se. You want to get an advanced anchor. I think I'd be trying to make the 22-point or the 18. So I'm not that big a fan of this. There, that's a hit, and tighten everything up. Only 3-5 hits. You want to come in with a 3. 5-6 did not. 2s, 3s, and 5s build the 3-point, which is a big deal. 6-1's a consolation prize. I think you want the 7. Might as well freeze those guys on the 24-point. Also leaves, yeah, okay. I think that's right. Get in with a 3. I mean, coming in with a 1 is almost bad news. This is ugh. And yeah, I guess you just want to stay pure, even though that can send another checker back. He may not even hit it if he can. Maybe right just to let it be. Just ignore it and play 13-9. Bring a builder for the 3-point. I mean, at this point, only double 2s makes the anchor. If you don't hit, I mean, if you hit 3-2 does it, and 1-2 is out there to start it. But, there's only one number that makes the anchor one way, and there's 2 numbers that make it the other. Plus here you got, all the big doubles still working, which is really what you want. Or 6-4. It's I don't know that the blot in the outfield is doing any good. It seemed maybe it's got some nuisance value, but I think Gaz has to. Yeah, okay, this is a little bit impure. Maybe that's okay to keep your 8-point. And now Pete just wants, he'd kind of like to make his 3-point. Uh-oh, no, we're not completely frozen. The feed has gotten a little bit awkward. 6-5 came around. That looks good. Now Gaz needs to, oh dear. Oh, ace deuce, perfect. Perfect. This somehow looks better. I'm not sure why, but 4 on the 6 or 1 on the 7 and 1 on the 5. I always make 1 on the 7, 1 on the 5. 5-3. I think you got to hit him off of there. So he's going to come in with a 5 from the back and hit with a 3. You can't run past it. Well, there's the 3. There's the 3. And I think you want to keep the 9-point, even though this looks a little funny. And once again, Gaz is shooting at 3s. Any 3 or an ace deuce, and he gets boxes. Okay, that's at least saves him some time. Now it looks like we're headed toward a potentially not that well-timed ace-point game. I guess Gaz really wants to stay out. There's some chance if he gets in right away that he'll, Pete will roll a 6-5 and leave him a shot. And is it right to leave the 1-6 right here and now? The answer is probably yes. But show us the He didn't even think about it very long. I might have left the 1-6. No, now 6s are frozen, so we roll a 6-5 or a 6-4, and we're leaving the 1-6 anyway. Oh, perfect. Nice smooth in. Okay, I think it's about time to come in. Waiting one more turn wouldn't hurt. All right. Yeah, I guess. These interior gaps are a little funny, but some of these barrel positions are, oh, that's brilliant. 1, 2, 3, 4. That leaves double 4s. It's double 4s one way and 5s or 6s the other. In, I guess you might as well build the point. Double 4s leaves a shot right now, so you might as well. Oh, speak of the devil. Okay, now we need a 3. Any 3, and this is a game. Frozen. It's a 3. 3-6 now. I don't think I think the front one and play against 2-1 and 4-1. I wouldn't give up the Even if you don't play the front, I would not give up the anchor here. You got 2-1 and 4-1 to shake a second checker loose. Okay, this is 4-5, great shot. Any 6 or 10. And the feed gets frozen. Oh, that's a 6. And I think the back one, yeah. Come on, feed. 4-5 again. Can we hit that guy? Careful with 4-1 and 2-1. 4-2. Okay, that gives us an ace to play, which is nice. We'll hit with anything, all the boxes misses. Yeah, I think you make it. Now 1-6 and 2-5, and you can dance home. 2-5. Oh no, now we need to get in. 6s, 4s, and 1s. 6s, 4s, and 1s. Oh my. 4, it's a 4. And no good 5. I think you take the front blot out of the way and catch him coming around. Okay, and we'd like to hit a 10. Well, look at box tuples. 6-5, forced 3s and 6s. We got 3s and 6s. There's 20 of those, plus 2-1 and 5-1. It's a 6. And covered the midpoint. I mean, covered the 7 point. So you got to go. You got to go to the mid. Cover the 1-6. Right, that's easy. Or the 2-5, which we've seen before. 2-1. Ooh, does he play to attack, or does he play to just wait and see and mess up his front position? I mean, he's probably going to play safe, but there's some argument for actually, hitting him on the ace point and trying to buy a turn to scramble home or build your own 4-point board. If you pile up on the ace point, you're really everything. I like this. I like this. Let's try to win. You can't get gammoned because you've got a bunch of checkers off. And now, I mean, 9 times your opponent dances, and even if he comes in, if you build a 4-point board, some of these hits and rehits are a big deal. And if you mush up here, what are you gonna do next turn? The turn after that. Every roll has to be played with that back checker, otherwise it all falls apart. I think I'd have actually hit. Those are fun to look at. I mean, the knee-jerk reaction is always to play safe. I like the fact that he looked at hitting, and I don't think you leave him a single number to dance out into the outfield. I think this is clear. And now there are some of these awkward enter numbers. Yeah, watch out for double 1s or 2-1, which hits 2 checkers. Okay, 2-6, 2. Oh, double 5 stay. Any 6 covers that. It looks like a 6-6. Wow. We can't make the bar point, so there's no prime to be built. So 1, and now we start covering. Do we slot the bar or just cover it? These are tricky. If you really need the bar, I think it's actually right to slot it. Whereas if you could run home and win the race without priming him or whatever, then you wouldn't. So I think it was clear here. Gaz did it. Now he's got the bar. Now he'll bring some builders in. 4, 7, 9. Well, the Pete's bear off position is so poor that the fact that he's got 5 checkers off, his winning. Well, this advancing to try to get flush is a good idea. Makes his winning chances if he gets closed out better. And the better his winning chances are if he's closed out, the more Gaz wants to go fishing for a second checker. So that would, going fishing for a second checker, he'll hit loose if he can. And he can't cover it. So kind of funny to put 3 checkers on the 7. He doesn't really want to do that. So without any clear reason why this is better, it just isn't 3 checkers on the 7 where you only want 2. And bringing more builders in play. Careful about entering. Ace 4. There we go. Now we want to hit this. We can pick up a second checker. Then winning the race is all but assured if you can. And there it is. Now it might actually be right to break off the bar here, because if your opponent's rolling 1-6, you might want him separated. Well, he didn't think about it too long. He didn't do it. Now attack with anything. Don't worry about breaking the bar. Yep, and bring that, there's 2 in the air now, so that there's no real disaster here. They're just, okay, we want to keep rolling aces to try to make that anchor and give us a much better chance. But it's very likely that this, Gaz will close him out. No, he danced. Okay, 1-6 now. That'll be a big surprise. But really, he just wants a 1 so we can play from the anchor as opposed to from the bar. This is good. And now Gaz can't build his bar. There's no reason to leave it slotted. Got to get in. All right, now you can be careful about, if you get out, they better be together. Nope. Okay, now total outfield coverage. So there's 2 checkers and a 20-point run toward the midpoint to cover 6 whatever. Okay, and he looks at a better shot of the 6 twos and 6 threes. I'll bring the other one out to cover the outfield. Doesn't get very far. I think you want to put it on the midpoint. If he rolls boxes, you want to get hit because there's a checker back there to be hit. So I think you played the 3 off the 20-point and then 2 to the midpoint. And I think he'll see that. He wants to be hit if boxes get rolled. Ace, good, hide that. Good play. Now more outfield coverage. You don't want your opponent racing home with 1 checker. And I still think, let him hit you with boxes. You want to back that checker up and get him when they separate next turn. So he's just going to, I think yeah, I think that's right. Cover as much of the outfield in case a 6 gets popped. I still think you want to get hit if it's boxes, so might be right to play 4 to 3 here. Just a little extra coverage. I mean, really the best way for Gaz to win this is to separate Pete's checkers. 6-1 here makes a mess. Double threes does nothing. And we're going to be forced in soon. Maybe wait 1 more turn. It's close. Everything's covered, including 6-6. If he's rolling 6-6, oh, look at this. He may lose his 2-point. That would make it even. Oh, now just sprint home. 1, 2, 3, and a checker off. Okay, you got to get both out with boxes to have a serious chance. No, I mean, even hitting a shot here is going to be hard with only a 2-point board. Well, that's forced. 3 checkers off. Now it's just Pete's running out of ways to win this. 6-5 no, he can't do it. 5-3 points on him. 6-5 the other way would have left a double shot, but no such luck. Nope. Any shot coming up here? You kind of need a shot to win at this point. 5-2, no. Best chance is to stay out and get a shot next turn. He did. Here comes the shot. Any ace or 2 is safe. That's safe. Now it looks like we're escaping the Crawford game, but with no gammon, and happy to have done it. Eight to 2. Now there's a free drop available. I mean, there's some, if you have a free drop, do you lose it now or use it now or save it for later? There are some opening rolls where the free drop is so close that given you might be able to use it later, you don't use it. Oh, are we taking a break? I could use a break. All right, looks like short break. Gaz still has a long, long way to go. He needs 7 points. There is no free drop, so 2, 4, but he can get them 2 at a time. 2, 4, 6, 8, 4 games in a row. That's not very likely. 2 gammons in a row. That does it. So that's his best hope. But in 4 games, probably get 1 gammon. So it's sort of like, what are his chances? Roughly 1 and 8, could they be that good? Yeah, they could be. Somebody look at their match equity table, it's gonna be somewhere around there. If he doesn't get any, if he doesn't win any gammons, he's gotta win 4 in a row. That's what, 6.25% or something? Get it up to 12.5% if he has to win 3 in a row, and we can get it up to 25% if he wins both gammons. So somewhere around 12%. Anybody has a match equity table, feel free to look it up. And what I was saying before is if there's one of these numbers which is real close to, do I use my free drop or don't I? You probably don't. You probably take it. Senkowitz I was rooming with Senk a few months back, or 6 months or a year ago, and he had some lists someone had put together for, when you use a free drop, when it's the absolute free drop time where there's no future games, and when you use a free drop like this, where if you don't use it now, you may have more chances to use it in the future. And it's not the same. It's not the same set of numbers. I don't remember. There are more numbers where you don't use the free drop here than there are where there's only one free drop to be had. I mean, you could study the opening first roll positions and see what the equity is for each one, and then figure out what you're giving up and what you're gaining by postponing using your equity. You may give up, some tiny amount of equity by taking when, you're a very slight underdog, but you get it back later on when you drop when you're a much bigger underdog. In any event, we'll see. This is. I think this is. Oh, he didn't double. He's playing cutesy pie. We better double now. Now he may have out clevered himself, and now he may be right to keep playing for a gammon for all the good it does him. Well, there is no free drop here, so this was not a free drop situation. I'm sorry, all you people listening. I had my head screwed on backwards. This is you take unless you're getting badly gammoned, and here you're getting badly gammoned. There'll be some potential cute situations here if Pete starts to get back in it. Yeah, well, here we go. Now the question is, how often you get gammon compared to how often you win? And the answer is you get gammon too often. All right, so now we're up to the free drop situation I was talking about. And the opening roll is cocked. And an equal. Now we're playing around with free drop stuff again. Well, okay, let them play. And I think you're a favorite here. So I think you take this. Now we hit and gammon him and show him how silly that was. All right, want to hit something, build something? This might be right to just go ahead and slot the 5 point. But all right, no action. 5-1, a bunch of nothing. You really don't want to check on the 23 point, but you really don't want to leave any double blots either. Sort of forced into that. 6-3, maybe. Well, he's playing for simple plays for simple minds. I might have brought more offensive weaponry into play so make it less enticing for Gaz to step up there. Now we have to hit him off. Oh, he pointed on him. That's easy. Now, like a 7, but you really like to just get in. Ooh, okay, build the bar and or run away. Okay, lots of builders. Lots of builders. Okay, he's going to do a little semi-runaway. I think with only one checker back, more builders is a better idea. I think Pete will do this. Now we need a 7. 3, 6. This is one of the reasons the builders is so good, is you want to guard against this. And maybe you leave them to 27 numbers. I mean, where's the future in staying back there? You're just going to get primed. Yeah, there's a little duplication here, I suppose. Well, it's not an easy play. It's not an easy play. I mean, here you're not primed if he builds the 7 point. You're just behind a 5 prime. And you know, you're trying to win the game, so the 5 point could be valuable. This can work well. Your opponent's almost certainly. Now, the trick is when, well, even if a 4 gets, looks like our feed has died again. Oh, he came out and the feed dies again and he gets hit with a 3-2. Was that a 2? Couldn't he have just made, I lost something there. Couldn't he have just made the bar point? I'm not sure what I just saw. Looked a little peculiar. In tempo hit, maybe right. Zipping along, 4-2. Now can we make our prime? And we want a 2 to step up to the edge or build a nice blocking point of our own. And we get, I'm not sure it isn't right to just cover the ace point. Then if that checker doesn't get away, we may attack it and let the 1 back checker worry about leaping the 5 prime later. And 7 we will if we can. What was it? 6-5, double 5s. Oh, double 5s. That was nice. That looks like all 4 of them. Looks like a brilliant play. And that things are, I guess we want to get to the edge just in case double 6s rear their head. And now Pete wants to build his 8 point or arguably hit. There's the 8 point. Boom, done. And now Gaz has to start building points in order if he can. Well, maybe right to make the stupid 3 point. Oh no, that leaves a blot, but you know, he's got to win the game. So that blot getting hit may not be a bad thing. I think you just make the 3 point. The blot gets, leave the checker out there. If you get hit, you got a chance to make an anchor, which has got to be better than trying to stop the rolling prime, particularly when you can't really build a threatening home board. You can get a blot with your ace point already made. Yeah, I think he went slightly wrong, but it really doesn't matter. Here we go. Here comes everybody, and now it's just a matter of what are our chances of tiny chances of winning the race and better chances of maybe hitting a shot while our opponent's bearing off. Okay, he's got to be careful. If he takes 2 crossovers, he can't take 2 crossovers. So what can he do? Comes all double 6. He's poised for double 6s. So move that one 3 and this one 2, or that one 2 and this one 3. Either way. Now what's he done? Either way, double 6s are safe. Five, 1. I mean, generally speaking, put a spare on the 5 point first and then figure out what to do in it later. And there comes double 6s. And this is going to be over unless we stay out and pick off a shot. Stay out, double 4s or 5s or 6s. Ooh, 6-4. Now we need to stay out. And once again, it's 6-5 or 5-4 or 5-6. If we get in, we're dead. That's deep, deep trouble. All right, it's probably all double 6s versus all 2-1, but no, it isn't. All right, congratulations to Pete Heskett for dispatching Gaz Owen. Fun match. Pete's still laughing and telling jokes. Gaz is saying rematch, double or nothing. Thanks everybody for watching. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Sorry about the slightly messed up streaming feed. And we get on to more fun. We'll have matches all weekend, I presume, many of them being streamed. So please stay tuned. If there's a like button out there to smash, smash it over and over again. This is Kent Goulding signing off for now.
Almost.
Yeah.
Probably 7-1. You can go. You're entitled to. no problem.
That one as well.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
Yes, right.
It's never over, is it?
No.
Sorry, 5-4.
Basically all on that well when I queued you at 9-5 if I hit then four went your way and then the big block leg and double the other advice and that's that. Yeah, could be fine. Maybe I'm not meant to double and lose there on the gamma. I think that's a very interesting actually. It's a cube. That's why I played the 6-2 place with a little board. Yeah. I couldn't do anything else really. I'm doubling out it. Says it's not keen, it's not healthy. My board with no support. Yeah, it's a big blunder. I'm not on form. I've got one of those roll-up boards.
Good luck with that.
great match, man.
Yeah. Thought I had it there, not last game.
I thought it was dead and buried,
Yeah,
really. Well, yeah.
Good looking next.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we'll see you in the main.
I'm sure, yeah.
Imediat dacă asta e ok.
E obligatoriu.
Dar e și dacă vedea el... Și-a apăsat. Și-a zis că da 2 unde faci.
Și dacă vedea el că trebuie să lasă tot.
Nu, că eu făcut numai 6, dar domnul nu a făcut.
Da, deci el măcar că își dea seama imediat, trebuie să lasă orice.
Dar și eu i-am zis că e tot și
Deci stai ulea, că depinde cum e, dacă e favorabil pentru tine.
Nu există, nu e așa.
era în favoarea lui, da. Dacă nu făcea 2, era în favoarea lui.
Și dacă nu era, nu contează.
Bă, dacă el a făcut, el a făcut, nu.
Da,
Dacă ție îți convine, îl lași așa.
Bine, la
nu lași așa, dacă el...
Ei, nu lași. Lași, că ce să zic.
Dacă tu vedea și imediat... Dar nu l-am atenționat să facă, știi?
Trebuie să lași să
Păi ce să mai vadă, că după aia s-a cazat, nu mai are ce
se
face.
joacă legal moves. Legal moves trebuie să dai măcar... Dacă video nu trebuie că a fost o greșită, să dai
Stai,
Dar eu cum e filmat?
E legal move, dar dacă s-a jucat zar, să mai dă un zar după aia să te lasă. Înțelegi?
Da, dar asta
Cu care rămâne.
dar nu, dar doar dacă vede el atunci, imediat, trebuie să lași și normal.
Nu a fost apă să te casă.
Nu contează.
Și dacă nu vine,
Aia e altă, că îți dai seama, 10 minute mai
acolo treaba că îi convenea să dea.
Nu, dar și dacă îi convine și el și-a dat seama, trebuie să-l lase joc. Cât e mâncarea aia, că numai că sunt tot acum de vânători, când am primit la schimb de minute, nu știu ce de foc.
Scoți și revine.
Ce-ți fac dacă nu...
Dar de ce e cum?
Ai terminat ele?
Nu, așa, dar am avut, era de macul, doar că eu... Aici ai intrat, da? Cu cine te-ai zis vedea?
Păi am jucat, e pomul ăsta. Da, pomul. Da, știu, dar nu știu nimic. It's Romanian, not
I don't have to set up myself. I play with you? No, yeah. I play with Moto. I play with four.
Okay, but then who's gonna come Cat and
We could talk also.
So this is it.
Whatever you like.
You want inside?
Yes.
Give me a second to change this.
One.
Cat. You want cat or cat?
Yeah, it's fine. I forgot I'm streaming on all of the headphones, isn't it?
You are.
Huh?
I think you are.
Where is this
He's a
the,
gentleman here.
is this UK BGF
Uh-huh.
YouTube?
Yeah. And now we have sound from the yeah, from here. Hey.
No, I'm not gonna use the headphones on streaming. I think that's the main rule. După asta, indiferent ce se întâmplă, mergem să bem.
E ultimul meci. Cu ziua de azi.
So we are live.
Okay, ready, set, go?
Good match.
Yeah, me too.
Auto?
Yeah, why not? Get to bed early.
Mate, have you seen the new streaming in Armenia?
Sorry?
Have you seen the new streaming in Armenia?
I've seen the stream.
I like it, bro.
Yeah?
I like it. Have you seen it, Ken? With the cameras here?
No,
So the camera is here and points to your face. The camera is pointing to my face
Oh,
while
wow.
I'm playing.
I like that. I guess, maybe.
Yeah.
Still I like our approach more.
Yes.
Ce terminat? E turneul la mine acum, 50 de minute suplimentare.
Acum, weekendul ăsta.
Următorul weekend, că se joacă aici, se joacă și acolo? E dus Raj. S-a dus acolo de la mulți, eh? Cât e intrarea? 500 era așa și 50 de minute suplimentare la 4 s-a dus. Deci primii gratis, ok? Live here? You are bored?
Yeah, let's get it done.
The whole tournament will be finished by tomorrow. It's crazy, I meet people in the Middle East and West East. That's a headache, really. You've got courses. No. I don't think it wasn't they ran any thingy, they ran no, well, we have got. So I'll get it soon. Let me know. So I'll let you know.
Just in case.
Really, well, I thought that night. So, Sean, you're
Mate, I'll transcribe this. I'll do it by myself.
Are you playing in the Megajackpot here, Adrian?
Yes, but I play with Paul also. You know Paul?
Yeah, I'm calling Paul. Paul's online.
Paul on bank. Play with you.
Paul, you sure?
I play with you,
Fuck was it? Fuck was the best thing? Did you play any?
I'll check it out. I don't play with I check it on the phone.
So you played last time. You played tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Let me check it. I need to get the sites first.
The QR code over there.
Yeah, I got it set up, I think so.
I had both.
Dai gli scorre a scuola. Non so come questa comunque. Yes. Well, I thought you'd leave that much. So I thought you'd leave that one open.
Then I said that I just put one. Quick for the dinner.
Who won? Andrew.
No.
Miranda.
I take it.
I knew it. I felt it.
Sorry, колко е Исус камера?
Не, машина.
Машина ти е леканам.
So you just need a box. Deschide mașina în bagaj, unde e tabla, deschide, dar nu ia tabla, doar deschide și ia ce stai acolo.
E în tablă.
E în cusa de la tablă. First one.
No problem. I'm playing the Argentina one. I'm holding there. Not this time. Done 4 days of stuff.
Yeah, I should have pulled out for
So
that.
I said, well, I'll take a break check for this one. Well, you playing jackpots as well? The super jackpots or not?
No, well, I've only just arrived.
Wow.
6-2. He's got one on the bar.
I'm still thinking.
No. Yeah, 62 left.
Solid 6 points.
Make 8-5 the room. Big blunder.
If you drop a checker like this one on your
Yeah, I break a toe.
on your toe,
Break a toe.
you're in trouble.
First I have to be able to lift it, so I may be safe.
Thank you. Exciting finish.
Yeah, I think you should.
The thing is, talking about he's got a wonderful form.
Yeah, he can still build upon it.
He's really fun.
I needed 16 years. Alternatively,
Is that a big blunder?
I think you probably
Being
be
a professional
professional player. could be direct. I'm not this is what I'm saying.
I'd probably have left the roll waiting.
Yeah, I don't think
He
it's...
did throw 2-6.
Maybe not so
Yeah.
much.
It's forward hit. He did throw 2-6.
Yeah.
When you do that trick, this is why you hate this game, and this is why you love it.
Because I'm thinking, he does this, but that's why I make this, that's fine. If he does this, and I pick this one up, and I got again 2 and 12, yeah, but you make the 2 strings valuable for him.
Anyway, interesting way to play.
And he really goes. Even just 1, 2, 3, when you do it, he has the time to do all the fine stuff. And that's what I think he would like. If he did, okay,
Maybe it was
I'm keeping the position, but I think he would like.
give up the 5 times.
I'm what you call it, greedy prick.
Greed is good.
Greedy prick.
That's what
Much better.
Colin Gecko said. The greed is good.
Yeah. Is this the second round we're playing now?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. We've played some sport, yeah, so...
Should we play towards the clock?
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's
close.
easier as well. And you want to like this, I take this one. Oh, there's more.
For the sweat. Really neat.
Yeah, I know the story.
This is all good.
It's a nice board.
Ah, yeah.
I don't like
A cube at the end at the bare
11
bottom.
points.
He needed a double at the on the last roll.
And if you
He cubed me to 4. I think it was a little bit early because he was 8 till 3 or 5 or something. I cubed to 4. And I think 8 cubes left. And went to the last roll.
and if you try to double,
No, I didn't. Yeah.
I think there is another round.
Is this space with it?
Good space.
Yeah, I know.
That depends what.
It wasn't there.
But I saw,
Yeah,
I
they
always
might
believe,
discuss
I always believe that you know,
after asking about
I
performance.
saw that you really need help. It's like it's
How funny was that?
you need a couple of days.
I did. Thank you, Dad.
I mean,
You could have stopped there.
Oh, I put the pocket too low.
Coffee. It's gonna be disgusting. Sorry. Maybe a tea.
Thanks for the heads up. painful one. Even worse than if you roll it out.
Sort of.
You can get feeling back.
I should pass it down.
Right here. Hold on a second.
It looked like a take to me.
Here, I was on here. I was on the table. If you went through it, I would have crashed. And then that game is so good. You remember when I had, when you had to, when I had like six or seven games. Who you tell?
They featured.
Przepraszam. Tak? Samochód?
A, nagle wyszło samochód. Nie ciągle go.
To co rozpoczną bawić.
Patrzcie, zabił. Byłem na południu, jest.
Była pauza. No, ruszamy. No, second day Vinci. We play doubles, me and Christy.
gonna work roughly.
No.
She was very nice. Yeah. You know what I do? No one was there.
Which is your board for? Which is your board? That one.
Is that okay?
Is it not? As long as it's not. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks for the bit. I'll just get my shaker.
Are you playing? I phone my my cousin's mother's on and I'm still exploring my phone. I'm gonna steal it from her. I'm gonna steal it from her. I should have pulled you over this quickly because I'm actually thinking of finishing this before 5 o'clock.
Well, I know. But you're welcome to the rest, for sure.
Have you got a purchase in your hand already?
I've actually got one already.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I spent ages looking for one.
Yeah.
So I want to get the colours right now. I gave up again because I thought I'd break it anyway.
You'll break it.
I thought I would, and I was right. I did. I dropped it after about a week. Shall I come back in 15?
Yeah.
What time is it?
I like 160.
Who was going to be the third one?
Because it's very quickly, it was too good.
I have no idea.
You just didn't like it.
I didn't like it.
Are you using the contraption?
Nothing.
I'm using this. That's fine, yeah. But you're welcome to use that. problem, no problem. Keep it crying. Everything, everything except the O-line you can go.
2 or 2-1. Cool, that's good enough. Yeah. Yeah. Do you like my cue from the bar?
I did. Well, I didn't like it, really.
I counted 17 shots immediately. The plus
Yeah,
goal was
and then,
it's going to get there.
and then get them all next time.
Yeah.
Quite hard to work out. I couldn't see that many gammons. If you hit this, if you do 3-4 or something, it's not a gammon. Is it?
Yeah, I have my ace point there. So, yeah, I rated it as a take.
It wasn't very nice.
No, well, that's what I thought. I thought, yeah, this is from the bar and it's a nasty one. Yeah, fair play for taking it. Yeah, a lot of players would pass that. They would just say, oh, I've got 17 shots immediately. I'll take. Look at this. Will you be able to send them out?
Of course.
Yeah, I'll give you my
Well,
email.
as long as I don't play too bad.
Selective.
Oh, fuck, it's not recording. Fuck.
Well, it's only 4-0. You can start.
No, it's a female thing.
Oh, right. Shit.
I'm fast.
Well, I'll vouch for you, so don't worry.
There's just lots of stuff in there that's good for you as well.
I'll vouch for you.
You don't reckon we could recreate it, do you?
Not most, yeah, not that good. Do you want memorising it? No, I'm not going to do that. Can't do that.
You say?
No chance. No, I'm not good enough. But I think it's just under 2 pounds.
Friends of Veteran because this is everyone wants to Maybe.
Well, you can feel free to play nice and loose now.
Coming off and here. No, it's going in. It's going to go in. I don't like it not having a finisher range. But it's not so bad.
Have you started recording it now?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, do you mean they'll take whatever is rest of the match?
That's another reason why I shouldn't take it. Oh, yeah, sorry.
I was winning a gamble on that one. I spent my money already.
Yes.
Then the double one.
I've got all that. Yeah. Might be better.
Yes, you're all.
Plan B, just win a race. That 4-2 was cool, wasn't it?
It's over.
Hey, there we go.
Everything. Big girl. Yeah, no.
That's 2 rolls ago, Paul. Yeah, I was trading 40 to 52.
No, no, I know. You had possibly 6 rolls to go to 45.
And I'll put money on that. I'll prop you. That was a double when you were
Poking with him.
I would probably. However, the result's what matters, isn't it? Remember that last game we had? The last time I played you was at Bradford. That was the most massive game we've ever played in my entire life. Remember, they were waiting on us. I was playing for like an hour. You had 11 men off and you had 4 lots. And it went on, I was on like my minimum time. Honestly, that was the best game I've ever played. So I won that, and I won it by 1 pip, didn't I? Remember? Oh my god. Sick. Turbo boost is on now. Is anybody available to get more crown? John, you've got
Crown what?
that one there. And you can get yourself whatever you want. Yeah?
That's fine.
Okay.
It's called Crown Organic.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, sorry.
Do you want a handful? Alright. Quick toilet break? Can I get some drink? Some drink? You want a drink? You want to drink, Abby?
I'm taking one. Yeah.
I'm going for one. You take one for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, taken.
One sec. No mercy now, Paul. No mercy. Turbo's on. Turbo boost.
Это там слушаемся, смотри, пошел.
Ce să faci?
Să nu stau în gură, să-și controle. Nu, vreau să ai tu.
Nu trebuie.
Als je blijft niet. Maar dat wilde het beste, ze gaan deze uitleggen.
Six down.
Ja, to byś tutaj. No właśnie. Ja,
Oh, good man, Andy. How much are they?
nothing.
No,
It's a gift.
oh, thank you very much. You're a diamond. I'll get you one back to. Yeah. Yeah.
play. I'm here to play anyway. That's how I feel it.
Oh, automatic.
Oh, you don't play that, you just shoot it. Just like that.
Not bad tickets. Did you buy this? Did you get this board off Bob Parley, I think, Slack?
You know.
These are the similar checkers. Similar to mine. Yeah, it plays quite well. Not bad.
Press ball around. Nice.
Turbo boosters are still on. They're just a bit of a lag, turbo lag at the moment.